This is Artemis Mission Control here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. At a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 17 hours, and 43 minutes, we are coming to you live with continuous coverage of the Artemis II mission. The crew was woken up at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 17 hours. This marks the commencement or the beginning of flight day 7 of the mission. Currently, the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, is 37,000 miles and counting away from the moon, and 235,000 miles and counting away from Earth. The crew and Integrity spacecraft will exit the lunar sphere of influence during their post-sleep period today at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 18 hours, and 48 minutes. This means that the Earth's gravitational pull becomes stronger than that of the moon. The Orbit 1 team of flight controllers just came on console and completed their handover from Orbit 3. So we'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, handing things over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the next few hours as we kick off Flight Day 7 of the Artemis II mission. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning and welcome to Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. The Orbit 1 team has just taken over from the Orbit 2 team and is led by Jeff Radigan, NASA Flight Director. The Capcom, or capsule communicator for today, is Stan Love. He's a NASA astronaut and is the only voice you'll hear communicating with the crew. Of course, there is an exception for that today, during which the science team will be conducting their post-lunar flyby conference. If you tuned in yesterday, you got a treat, and we got to see amazing views of the moon as well as hear the crew's description of them. Now, while the crew was taking those photos, they were also recording private voice notes that they sent down to the science team overnight. This morning, the science team is going to talk about the observations that the crew made while those are all still fresh. We've also got some other exciting activities coming up today, including a ship-to-ship call. The Orion spacecraft and the 4 Artemis II astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, will be calling the International Space Station. We have 7 crew members living and working aboard the International Space Station, and we've just surpassed 25 years of continuous human presence living and working in space. This will be the first time that these 2 spacecraft have ever talked to each other. We are on flight day 7 with a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 17 hours, and 53 minutes. We're gearing up for a great shift today, and thanks for tuning in. This morning, the Artemis II astronauts woke up just after 10 a.m. Central Time, and the song you heard playing was Tokyo Drifting by Glass Animals and Denzel Curry. They are currently in their post-sleep period. This is an opportunity for them to get the cabin ready for the day by stowing any window shades that they put on Orion's windows over the night, or stow their sleeping bags that they hang up in the spacecraft to sleep in. They also get a chance to brush their teeth, complete any hygiene activities, and eat breakfast. On the menu today is Mexican scrambled eggs, granola and blueberries, a cinnamon bun, cashews, couscous with nuts, tortillas, and some coffee. You're looking at a live view from Orion from one of the solar array wing cameras. There are 4 solar arrays with a camera mounted on each of them. Of course, we got great views during the flyby yesterday, but these are also used to check out the spacecraft. Orion is currently 38,210 miles away from the moon. At closest approach yesterday, they were about 4,067 miles from our lunar neighbor. They are 234,839 miles away from Earth. That number will continue to shrink as we prepare for a splashdown, now about 3 days, 7 hours, and 20 minutes away. Orion will exit the lunar sphere of influence, or the time in which the moon's pull on the spacecraft is greater than the Earth's, at 12:21 p.m. Central Time today. Yesterday was an extremely busy day for the Artemis II crew, spending 6 hours, or approximately 6 hours, taking photos, making recordings, making annotations of everything they saw on the lunar surface, and sharing all of that with us on Earth. We've been able to share some of those images so far, and if you would like to find them, you can visit NASA or NASA Artemis on social media. And because of the crew's busy day yesterday, they have a little bit of time off this evening. They also have the opportunity to speak with their families today. This afternoon, we're also expecting to see the RTC-1 burn. This is return trajectory correction burn. If you recall, on the way to the moon, we had outbound trajectory correction burns. We canceled 2 of those, just they were deemed unnecessary ahead of our lunar flyby, and we executed one of them to just further refine the spacecraft's trajectory. We do have one of those scheduled for today. This, again, is a return trajectory correction burn. This is a smaller burn using the RCS, or Reaction Control System thrusters, on the service module. If you look closely in this image, you can see a large bell shape. That's the OMS engine, the Orion, or the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. That's the engine that was used to perform the translunar injection burn. And that's the burn that sent us beyond the moon, but also what committed us to coming back to Earth. Just ahead of that burn, Christina Koch said, "With this burn, we don't leave the Earth, we choose it." These return trajectory correction burns help further refine their path back to Earth. This is Artemis Mission Control here, Tuesday, April 7th, on Flight Day 7 of the Artemis II mission. Our crew members woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time.
They are in their post-sleep period, so we won't hear from them probably for a little while. We will have the daily planning conference with them in about an hour and a half. Just before that daily planning conference, Flight Director Jeff Radigan will gather inputs from the teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston. This could be anything about the astronaut schedule for the day, vehicle system information, as well as answer questions from the crew. This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 18 hours, and 12 minutes. The crew are on their way home, having flown by the moon yesterday. This is the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, and in the official flight kit aboard Orion are some special flags. One of those is from Apollo 18. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during that mission, should it have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C., making its way around the moon over 50 years since its originally intended flight. The other American flag aboard Orion is from a little more recent history. It was flown on STS-1, the first space shuttle flight, STS-135, the last space shuttle flight, and NASA SpaceX DM-2, or Demonstration Mission 2, which was the return of launching American astronauts from American soil on American rockets. This is a picture of that more recent flag that is stowed aboard Orion for this mission. A prominent symbol of the Artemis II mission has been the crew's patch. They explained the patch's symbolism when they revealed it to the world last year. They said the Artemis II test flight begins when a mighty team launches the first crew of the Artemis generation. This patch designates the mission as all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown. The Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it is to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the moon and soon Mars. Those words directly from our crew members, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, again, having flown by the moon yesterday and taking a picture very similar to this. As you just saw, the Earth peeking behind the moon in that patch, this is a photo from yesterday's lunar flyby as the Artemis II crew came close to passing behind the moon and experiencing that planned loss of signal. They captured this image of our crescent Earth setting on the moon's limb. In this photo, you can see half of Earth is experiencing nighttime, or a little more than in this image. And that dark line across the Earth is the terminator. We heard that mentioned several times yesterday on the moon. That dark terminator line is the difference between day and night. Of course, in the foreground, our very beautiful moon. Yesterday, at closest approach, the astronauts were about 4,067 miles away from the lunar surface. We continue to get beautiful imagery from the crew, and you can follow NASA on all social media accounts at NASA and at NASA Artemis to make sure that you see it too. If you're a new spaceflight fan, we also have a lot of other ways you can get connected. If you like podcasts, NASA has a handful of official podcasts, including the one produced here at Johnson Space Center called Houston, We Have a Podcast. Houston, We Have a Podcast now has over 400 episodes, including interviews with astronauts, scientists, engineers, and more. Most recently, we shared an interview with the Artemis II crew. You can find that and more at nasa.gov/podcasts. If you're just tuning in, we are live from Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are in the middle of the astronauts' post-sleep period, having woken up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time. They have another hour or so in this post-sleep period, so we may not hear from them very much, but we will during the daily planning conference when they will speak with the team here on the ground, specifically Capcom Stan Love and Flight Director Jeff Radigan. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a live view from Orion, a camera mounted on one of its solar arrays. The spacecraft now 311 miles from Earth, and that distance continuing to shrink. You can keep up with Orion's location and positioning at nasa.gov/trackartemis. The crew is still in their post-sleep period, and we expect to hear from them for the daily planning conference coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes. Orion will also exit lunar sphere of influence today. That's coming up in just 21 minutes at 12:21 p.m. Central Time. The lunar sphere of influence is when the moon's gravity has a greater pull on the spacecraft than that of Earth's. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 18 hours, and 35 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You're looking at a live view outside the Orion spacecraft from a camera on one of its solar array wings. Orion completed its flyby of the moon yesterday, its closest approach at about 4,067 miles. They are now 39,532 miles away from the moon. The crew is still in their post-sleep period, having woken up at about 10:35 a.m. Central Time today. We are about 10 minutes away from the crew exiting the lunar sphere of influence, when the moon's pull is stronger on the spacecraft than is Earth's. The crew has an exciting morning and more of a relaxing afternoon after such a busy day yesterday. First up, we will hear from the crew during the daily planning conference. That daily planning conference coming up in about an hour. Afterward, we will have a ship-to-ship call, during which Orion and the crew aboard the International Space Station will get to talk with each other. After the ship-to-ship call, the science team will speak with the astronauts aboard Orion. They want to recap everything that the crew saw yesterday. The crew will also have an opportunity to speak with their family members today, and we are targeting the RTC-1 burn. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1. These are small maneuvers using the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft to help refine the trajectory as Orion heads home to Earth. This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we do not hear calls to the crew at this time as they are in their post-sleep period and getting ready for the day. However, we do anticipate that Orion has departed the lunar sphere of influence. That's when the gravitational pull of the moon is stronger than the gravitational pull of Earth. We're now 5 days, 18 hours, and 52 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first mission of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are coming up on 5 days and 19 hours into the flight of Artemis II. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft, now making its journey back home to Earth following a lunar flyby yesterday. This mission is built by people and companies in all 50 states and with international partners. And with Artemis II flying, it's a testament to everyone's hard work and dedication. Let's learn a little bit about them.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
It does take a team, and we are live here in the Artemis Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 team continues monitoring the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. You've heard us mention a lot about the flight director or the capsule communicator, the person speaking with the crew, but there are a number of positions in this room that are monitoring all of the systems and the daily plans aboard Orion, making this mission happen. That includes INCO, the Integrated Communications Officer, CDH, Command and Data Handling, PROP, the Propulsion Officer, FIDO, the Flight Dynamics Officer, Booster and Control, who monitor the flight of the Space Launch System, IVA, or Intravehicular Activity, ECOM, Emergency Environmental and Consumables Officer, GNC, the Guidance and Navigation Control Officer, FAO, the Flight Activities Officer, MPO, Mechanical and Power Officer, CDH, Command and Data Handling Officer, GC, Ground Control, Surgeon, BME, the Biomedical Engineer, and Science. We might get to share what's happening during the mission, but these are the team members, along with their backrooms, and everyone who has contributed to the flight of Artemis II that are making this mission happen. We are 5 days, 19 hours, and 5 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. And you're looking at a live view from Orion, looking back at us here on Earth, the destination of the crew, headed for a splashdown in approximately 3 days, 6 hours, and 12 minutes. The translunar injection burn that occurred on Flight Day 2 is what committed the spacecraft to its splashdown. Yes, that sent us around the moon for yesterday's fantastic lunar flyby, but it's also the burn that helped us slingshot around the moon and target that splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. That was a 5-minute and 50-second burn using the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. It's a great picture of the OMS right there on the left side of your screen. The crew has also exited the lunar sphere of influence, meaning that the pull of the moon's gravity is less intense now as the pull of Earth's. The crew aboard Orion are currently in their post-sleep period, having woken up about 10:35 a.m. Central Time. This post-sleep period is the time frame that they can get ready for the day, just like you would at home before leaving for work. They are putting up their sleeping bags, doing any hygiene, and eating breakfast, and we will talk to them in about 30 minutes for the daily planning conference. Flight Director Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control Houston has been gathering topics from the team about the spacecraft systems or the plans for the day that he will relay up to the crew. You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft at our home, planet Earth, now 233,138 miles away, and continuing to grow closer. The crew inside are getting closer to the end of their post-sleep period, and we expect to hear from them for the daily planning conference. That'll be in about 20 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of the Artemis II crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. This live view looking back at all of us on Earth, the destination of the spacecraft and the crew. We are now 233,031 miles away from Earth. Orion reached its farthest distance from Earth yesterday, approximately 252,756 statute miles away from our home planet. That surpassed the previously set record from Apollo 13. Until yesterday, the Apollo 13 crew were the humans who had traveled farthest from Earth. When that record was passed, Jeremy Hansen reported that he and the crew hoped that their new record would soon be broken. The crew is wrapping up their post-sleep period, having woken up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time today. Their wake-up music was Tokyo Drifting by Glass Animals featuring Denzel Curry. Pretty good choice for their drift back to Earth. It's going to be a busy day for the crew. Aboard the Orion spacecraft, as we are looking forward to a ship-to-ship call when Orion and the International Space Station crew members get to speak to each other, both in flight. While Orion was over 250,000 miles away from Earth, the International Space Station orbits Earth 16 and sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, 250 miles above our planet. And if you've been enjoying hearing from the astronauts and seeing photos taken from this mission, you would also love to keep up with the International Space Station as the astronauts do amazing Earth photography there from the cupola, the window to the world looking down on Earth. You can follow the International Space Station on all social media platforms as well as NASA. Less than 10 minutes now until the daily planning conference for the crew, when the flight control team will call up.
Integrity, we're getting ready for DPC. Would you like the D5 streamed on the 4K encoder for DPC? We would enjoy that.
Integrity, we'd love that.
It works. Dan, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Our first morning messages from the crew aboard Orion. Again, they woke up about 10:35 a.m. Central Time today and are heading into that DPC, the Daily Planning Conference. You heard the crew call down that they were going to set up the D5 on the 4K encoder, meaning we anticipate getting views of the crew inside Orion soon.
Integrity, we are on board with the D5.
We're getting views of the crew. The first coming down on flight day 7. On the left, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, the pilot for Artemis II, and on the right, NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman, the Artemis II commander. If you watched Lunar Flyby yesterday, you can tell that the cabin looks quite different. All the lights are back on. During the Lunar Flyby, the crew turned off all of the lights inside the spacecraft to allow them to better take photos outside of the windows. That helped prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft bouncing up onto the windows, and if you haven't seen some of those photos already, you should absolutely check them out. You can find them on nasa.gov as well as NASA social media. That's at NASA and at NASA Artemis. It is going to be a little bit of a quieter day for the crew, at least in their afternoon. They will have the space station and Orion ship-to-ship call shortly, and after that they will have an opportunity to talk with the science team, discussing their lunar flyby observations. The science team will be able to ask questions about what the astronauts saw while their memory is still fresh for the event. Of course, we also got calls during the flyby yesterday, as well as they were recording some audio into their portable computing devices, or that tablet that you see right there. Those audio recordings have been downlinked to the science team. They will then review those and gather data from what the crew was able to observe during their flyby period. Later this evening, they will also have the RTC-1 burn, that's Return Trajectory Correction 1. Return trajectory correction burns are similar to outbound trajectory correction burns in the sense that they are small refinements of the spacecraft's flight path. The translunar injection burn is what really put us on the trajectory that we're on today. That occurred on flight day 2 and is what committed the crew to flying around the moon and to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Good morning, Houston. We are 202,306 nautical miles away. Earth is pulling us back, and we are happy about that. We're ready for morning DPC.
We're happy about that too, and ready for DPC. We've got about a dozen quick items for you. The first of which is updated nominal burn plan and nominal RTC last star on board. Next, for Victor, a reminder for your exercise per the execute note at MET.
We'll be looking on the news. Christina's checking right now.
Oh, we're stepping on each other. Victor at MET, 22 hours, 20 minutes. Please stop your exercise in advance of the op-nav attitude maneuver. Over.
Okay, Stan, if you could just give us a call and remind us, that would be great.
We will do it. Next, for Christina, for your exercise, we expect to be in a forward-link LOS at that time, so you will have the opportunity to park the arrays for exercise yourself. We have three items for the toilet. Last night, 14 hours of waste tank dumping has freed up 11% of room in the tank. So we would really like to treat tank volume as a consumable for entry today. We'll keep that vent going, but we're asking you not to use the toilet for urine until then. And we understand that you're down to support that with CCU use, but wanted to be certain. Over.
We'd be happy to talk more about the Hail Mary option, but if this is the final answer, we can support this on board.
Roger, thank you. For FecoCan R&R, we know of one full container. Are there others? Over.
That's a negative for now.
Roger that. Last item for the toilet, no Oxone R&R for today's toilet maintenance. Over.
do love the smell of oxone in the morning, but it sounds good. No R&R today.
Roger that. Next, PCD1 is not showing a micro SD card inserted. If there is a card there, would you please reseat it?
Yep, Stan, we will work on that.
Okay. Next, DU2 had today's flight plan pulled up when we updated that plan, so we'd like you to close and reopen the flight plan on DU2. And we see your thumbs up.
Okay, Christina's knocking that out right now.
Sweet. Jeremy, for docking cam install, can you please tell us about how long this takes?
I'd say probably 20 minutes, and it's much faster once you know what you're doing, but the big thing is we store it down here in F3 in the clamshell, and it's not as bad to unstow it. It's a little bit harder to stow it. The cables are a bit unwieldy, but other than that, once you know what you're doing, it's pretty quick.
Stand by. And can you give us an estimate of how long it takes from once the camera is out of the locker to installation complete?
For a first-time install, 20 minutes. For every other, if you're doing it by yourself, 5 minutes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Jeremy, one more item for you. After this meeting, when you turn on the acoustic monitor, can you please give us a call? We're timing things here on the ground.
We will give you a call.
Thank you. Our last item. Science got your audio files from the first 5 hours of the flyby. We did not find any from the eclipse time frame. Are there any? And if so, where may we find them?
There's definitely going to be some on PCD 2. I would look through all the PCDs. Jeremy was the primary commentator there, but we can also look and get back to you.
Roger, we'll check PCD 2 first and the others, but if you can give us a clue later, that would be helpful. And that's it from MCC Houston. What you got for us?
Okay, sounds good. And we will just do a quick check on board as well. We have, from your notes in the mission summary, the bobs. We are working our way through bobs, but we are nowhere near completing all the food on board. For instance, I went through an inventory of my food today, and I expect to have 1.5 bobs remaining at the end of the flight, and all my bobs are in bag 16, but we will go and do a pretty good inventory. Overall, I'd say we're probably 40% through the total food allotment right now.
Copy, 40%.
I think the big thing we need for the food is when we start realizing we have uneaten food that we are not going to eat for the remainder of the mission, just tell us where you want us to stow that.
We will do that.
Okay, we have two more topics. First is just a quick one for Huntsville, but don't leave us, Houston. For Avatar, lights 15 and 16 are out, all others are on, and I'm going to hand the microphone to my esteemed colleague and fellow naval aviator.
Pod copies, Avatar.
Actually, Sam, we want to knock out some questions from the mission summary.
And we're ready for questions from the mission summary.
volume in the contingency or storage bag, I would estimate 300 to 500 mils. And I will continue to use it. And if you'd like me to report, I can.
Copy volume, and thanks for bearing with us.
For email sync, you can keep as scheduled. Sorry, we talked over each other, Stan. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, Christina, we copied volume in the contingency storage bag, and thank you for bearing with us. Also copy that we can keep the mail sync where it is.
And thank you for your answers. I think we are questions complete.
And nothing further here in the control room, so we'll call DPC complete. Have an excellent day.
Actually, Stan, we have one more small and quick thing. We just wanted to take this moment to recognize the two newest members of the Association of Space Explorers, NASA astronaut Christina Koch and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Reid and I are both members, and we're proud to welcome the two of them to this international body of human space explorers. And also congratulations to Jack Hathaway, who recently joined aboard the International Space Station. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, and welcome to the club.
Houston, question on acoustic monitor.
We're listening.
Stan, given that we have the USB charger on board now, I was just going to plug it in instead of using batteries throughout the day. And I was also going to install it at the bottom of the docking tunnel, right behind the Nat Geo microphone. That's pretty central. So instead of putting it on the DUs, it'll be at the bottom of the docking tunnel, opposite the windows.
Copy, checking. And Jeremy, we are good with plugging the acoustic monitor into the USB charger, and we're good with your install location.
Okay, perfect, thanks. And then at nighttime, if we're doing docking camera time, which I suspect we are, then I'll transition it to PCD power.
Checking. And Jeremy, we like your plan.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard the conclusion of the DPC, the Daily Planning Conference, when the ground team here can relay up any status updates or daily planning for the crew aboard Orion. And the crew has an opportunity to ask some questions as well. Some of those reports may have sounded very simple or menial, but this is the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, and so every single detail, even about normal daily tasks, is very important to this team as they prepare for future Artemis missions to the moon. This crew is truly learning and testing everything aboard the spacecraft to make sure we have good systems and good plans for our future explorers. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we will have the ship-to-ship call, when the Orion crew will be able to speak directly with the astronauts and cosmonauts living and working aboard the International Space Station.
Okay, Houston, the acoustic monitor is set up and it is recording, and I will take a photo of that for you. I think I'll just take the photo on the iPhone and put it on PCD3 for you, if that's okay, because we're using the D5 right now for the PAO event.
Copy all, Jeremy. We like it.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis II astronauts. Closer to the camera is Commander Reid Wiseman.
And Integrity Houston, just a reminder for the upcoming ship-to-ship call, it's going to be the OE1 microphone, not the handheld.
Again, you're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. Victor Glover in the background, pilot of Orion. They will soon be speaking with the crew aboard the International Space Station. The International Space Station has been orbiting Earth with humans living and working aboard it for over 25 years now. Current crew members are part of Expedition 74. That includes Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kuzverchkov.
And Houston for a downlink on the 4K encoder, we only need the video, not the audio.
Okay, Sam, thanks for that. We have restarted the stream with audio off, and hopefully you're getting a good image.
We copy the audio, and we see a great image.
Again, the Expedition 74 crew currently living aboard the International Space Station. Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kuzverchkov, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikhaev, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyayev. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are preparing for the ship-to-ship call from Orion to the International Space Station. This will be an audio-only event broadcast at this time due to bandwidth, but we expect to download the video from each crew later and share that with you. Please follow NASA on social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis, as well as the International Space Station, to make sure you can see all of our crew members talking to each other while in space. While the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is coming back to Earth after passing more than 250,000 miles away from our home planet, the crew aboard the International Space Station is about 250 miles above our planet.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Integrity is ready for the event.
Station, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the International Space Station. How do you hear?
Space Station and Jessica, we have you loud and clear. How about us?
We have you loud and clear as well, and we have DME TV up, so we have a view of you right now, and it is making us so excited. We feel like you're here with us, and this is really just making our entire week right now. We've been following along and have seen the incredible photos and heard some of your observations that you've been reporting.
Jeremy, we have been waiting for this like you can't imagine. Let me go check on our PFD. We are 201,726, now 25 nautical miles from planet Earth, which is just hard to believe. The scales are impossible to believe. And for the run of the show this morning, I figured I'll say a quick hi, which I have done. I'll hand the microphone to fellow chump Jeremy. He can say a quick hi, and then we'll let you three APOS just get on with it. Yeah, thanks for giving me like a tiny bit of microphone time before the APOS get after it. But it's such a pleasure to be spending a little bit of time with our colleagues in space, and we talk so much up here, or we try to anyway, emphasize how important the work is that we're all doing in this program to do the types of things that get us ready to get back on the surface of the moon, and like the administrator was saying yesterday, onto Mars. And so we just appreciate you, and it's fun to be up in space with you at the same time.
We are so excited to be up here with you, and we had a couple questions. We are wondering, we know how fortunate all of us are as humans to come up here and look down at the Earth from above. Every astronaut that comes to space remarks on that, and we really wanted to hear what that felt like, how different that felt now from your new perspective around the moon.
views there are awesome, being able to see specific places, being able to see your home specifically. So y'all's views are absolutely incredible, and I miss them every day almost. The thing that changed for me looking back at Earth was that I found myself noticing not only the beauty of the Earth, but how much blackness there was around it, and how it just made it even more special. It truly emphasized how alike we are, how the same thing keeps every single person on planet Earth alive. We evolved on the same planet. We have some shared things about how we love and live that are just universal. And the specialness and preciousness of that really is emphasized when you notice how much else there is around it.
Really amazing to hear. You know, it's been an incredible time getting to be here on station. I know you guys have had a lot of that same experience, and we were super curious. You know, like what you're carrying forward from your time training for and flying on ISS to the moon.
Well, the Navy pilots were carrying on, so I'm the only one that heard the question. I'll go ahead and respond. Actually, Chris, it was awesome to watch you and Jessica go out on a spacewalk. I was lucky enough to sit console for your suit up, and I was just filled with pride, but it also really reinstilled in me those flight operations principles that we live by in a real-time, high dynamic, and risky environment. So having that kind of impressed in my mind right before this flight was huge. And basically every single thing that we learned on ISS is up here. And then of course there's the funny and practical, how to eat, how to do silly things with water, how to flip around. We're bringing that with us too.
And I just got to add, C-Dub, right before you launched, you said you can't wait to talk to us on the space to ground, and it is happening, brother. I cannot believe it.
Face to face, we said.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, I remember having coffee and sitting with you guys just before I left to fly up here, and it's just so awesome being able to talk to you right now. It's such a special opportunity.
And we had another question, because now you're in a little capsule that is your home, and although this is a test flight and so everything is new, what surprised you in your journey so far? We know that Reid really likes it up there.
It's really great to hear your voice up here. I can't tell you how fun this event is for us. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as we are. I don't mean to give you such a short answer, but I can truly say everything. From the core stage ignition and solid sliding to getting into a new orbit even right after 8 minutes of boosting on the core stage, to then the translunar injection, to flying by the moon. This entire journey has been interesting, but also applying some of the lessons from station in a much smaller volume. How we move around and eat, those things have also been surprising, because the difference between ISS and here is we don't have another module to deconflict, and so everything we do essentially starts with a spatial conflict, and we have to take the time to work it out in every activity. And so we've been just having fun working through that.
Thank you so much, Victor. That was such a good answer. We laughed all here hearing your answer. Thank you so much.
All right, my turn, and I'm excited to talk to you guys. It's been awesome up here. Being rookie it's been such an awesome experience, having a great crew. I know you guys have a tight bonded crew as well. Jessica dared me to grow a mustache all during training, and I felt and I came through on that. So I'm kind of curious what kind of fun you guys had in your training and on your flight here that's been keeping you guys smiling.
just had a process escape on my water training up here, and I left the PWD valve open a little bit too long. Now, I will say, I'm not the only one to have done this, but I do have the record so far for the largest process escape on water training failures.
Well, we can tell that you guys are definitely experiencing moon joy, and I feel like even we are experiencing moon joy right now. I think this also sounds like a great band name, so we can't wait for you to drop your first album.
I got a question for you, but the quick story I wanted to tell you is you were asking like what it's like here compared to International Space Station, and I'm just going to relate a very quick funny story. Heading into our translunar injection burn, we're coming out of 38,000 miles, coming down to a 100-mile perigee to do that burn, and when we were about 5,000 or 6,000 miles up from the Earth, looking at the entire Earth just growing rapidly in the window, Jeremy turns around to us and goes, I'm not sure, I think we're going to run right into it. And we were all dying laughing. And it was the most fascinating thing to watch that Earth grow. And we actually ended up TLIing on the upper half of the Earth, and we thought we were going to TLI on the bottom half of the Earth. Like, that is the perspective we had. And then the vehicle reoriented, and we went. So it is crazy up here, and it does bend your mind. So question for you guys. I'm looking around the Integrity spacecraft right now. We're rehydrating some sweet and sour chicken. We've got some Kona wet cream. We've got some butternut cookies. I'm sorry, butternut squash and spicy green beans. So it's all the same food. We want to know, what are you eating, and we're going to mirror you today.
So I had spicy green beans for lunch, and I've been loving seeing all of the things about you guys having the same food. It's fantastic.
I had a mango salad this morning. I think you have this on board too. Oh, Nana, I know you love that mango salad just like I do.
Yep, there's a mango salad on the deck right now.
Well, I hope I'm not talking over somebody, but I wanted to say a couple things to my Astro sister, Jessica. One, sorry to steal your next spacewalk day, everybody, but thank you for cheering us along anyway. And Jessica, I always hoped we would be in space again together, but I never thought it would be like this. It's amazing. Congratulations to you on being commander, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your trip in space.
Thank you so much, Christina. I totally share all the same sentiments, and I'm so happy that we are back in space together, even if we are, a few miles apart. We like to joke about that up here, too, because everyone's talking about the records of the distance, and we ran to the far end of the space station when you guys were on the other side so that we could claim we were the furthest away from you in that moment. Love all four of you so much.
We were doing the same shenanigans here when we got to the furthest point from the moon. I tried to get to the furthest point from Earth. I tried to get to the furthest point in the spacecraft, and my crewmates were clawing me down. And I know that's a joke. We were busy doing science, but we had that same conversation. It was a lot of fun. I don't know how much longer we have here, but from the four members of the spacecraft Integrity, we really want to just say our deepest appreciation to the 7 members of the International Space Station, and this has been a true treat. It takes the entire world to do amazing things like this, and to get to come together as this group of people and talk for just a minute at these distances. We are all off the planet Earth right now, and we're all going to go home to that planet, and that is a very special thing. So thank you all for tying in.
Thank you, Reid. Well, beautiful words, and yeah, from here.
And Integrity Houston, ISS is doing a teacher's handover. They'll be back with you shortly.
We are loving all four of you from here, from the space station in low Earth orbit. We'll keep keep the fires burning here.
And we'll keep carrying the fire. Thanks, guys. Over and out.
Thank you, guys. International Space Station, over and out. Made our day to talk to you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity in station. We're now resuming operational audio communications.
My goodness, Houston, that was amazing for all four of us. All smiles up here. Just thank you so much for enabling that. That was very, very special to this crew.
Reid, we were happy to do it. You should have seen all the smiles in the control room, and we had a packed visitors gallery, and everybody was grinning up there, too.
Man, Stan, that just made us all cheer up here as well. That is just such a cool thing for the agency, the nation, and the world. What a neat moment.
And here we are experiencing it.
This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 20 hours, and 19 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. You just heard the voices of the Artemis II crew and the crew aboard the International Space Station speaking with each other while both are in space. A ship-to-ship call. We are excited to share that video and audio with you later on today. You can find that on NASA's social media. This is Artemis Mission Control, and the audio you just heard of the crew aboard Orion and the crew aboard the International Space Station speaking with each other. Again, we are going to downlink that video, and we will let you know when that is available. You can follow NASA on social media and the International Space Station as well. We can't promise a time frame when we'll have that video down for you to enjoy, but once we do, it will be fantastic. The International Space Station is now flying 267 statute miles just south of Africa. Meanwhile, the Artemis II crew is flying 231,793 miles away from Earth. Coming up next for the Artemis II crew is a conference with the science team. They will be reviewing what they saw yesterday during their lunar flyby, sharing any findings or interesting information with the science team while it's all still fresh for the crew members. Of course, they have quite a lot of audio recordings that have been downlinked to the science team, and that team has been reviewing and will continue to do so to help them understand what the crew saw and formulate new thoughts about our moon. During the crew's post-lunar flyby conference with the science team, you'll hear them speaking with Dr. Kelsey Young. You heard Kelsey's voice quite a lot yesterday as she was communicating with the crew aboard Orion Integrity. She and her team in the science evaluation room were helping determine even what some of the features were that the crew members were seeing but couldn't quite identify.
Houston Integrity, where did you want to do that flyby conference? On OE1 or OE2?
Jeremy, around Earth 1, please, and Kelsey standing by.
Okay, Kelsey, fire away.
Integrity science, I have to start with a giant wow. Our whole lunar science team and the broader science community has been pouring out positive feedback and gratitude, so know that what you did yesterday really made a difference scientifically. Also want to say the science team has confirmed the locations of the proposed Integrity and Carroll craters, and it was such a powerful moment here for everybody listening and following along. And then also, just before I dive into the list of questions questions. We heard both Christina and Victor yesterday commenting that being able to discuss with each other amongst your crew, taking things from observation to inference to hypotheses, really added scientific value, and so we'd love to build on that here. So we'll ask specific questions for you guys, but please treat it like a discussion, as we heard you yesterday, that enhanced value. When you're ready, I'll dive into our questions.
Okay, Kelsey, love all those words. Your plan sounds good. The one thing I wanted to ask you about today during this was I did not record at all where we saw the impact flashes yesterday, so I was thinking maybe I should do that. And if I mean, it's very, very, very rough, so I don't know if that's of any value or not, but if Reid and I can record a rough position in OneNote, do you want to get them off the PCDs, or you just get them when we land? What do you want to do with that?
Can you read my mind? This was exactly the first question on our list. So I'll actually just jump right in, and I think I'll answer your question. So number one question was, Reid and Jeremy each reported 3 impact flashes. There were audible yells of excitement in the SIR. And we do not feel we have clarity on when the first 4 of those impact flashes occurred. And so we had follow-ups on, were the flashes brief or were they prolonged? And did you notice any color? And to directly answer Jeremy's question, yes, please do make an annotation on where you think you saw those, because right now the citizen science community is analyzing the data and trying to narrow down where you would have seen those.
Okay, Kelsey, I was just comparing notes with Reid here. We both experienced the same thing. It's a pinprick of light. I would suspect there were a lot more of them. However, you're going to really be staring at the middle of the dark and not looking at the edges of the sun glow around the moon. And it is just a momentary flash, no color, about the size of a star, and it really only lasts milliseconds. Half a second at most.
That's great feedback, Jeremy. Did want to also talk relatedly about any kind of galactic ray flashes you may have experienced. So have any of you guys experienced flashes in your eyes during the mission related to galactic rays, either like while working or sleeping, just to try to speak to the difference between those and what you saw yesterday?
Yeah, 100% difference in those and what we saw yesterday. We see, I definitely see a dozen or two every night when I'm going to sleep. I can talk about those if you want, the galactic flashes, galactic cosmic ray flashes. But the impacts on at least these, what we suspect were impact flashes, were absolutely different, 100% different. And Jeremy said like half a second. I would say they were a millisecond. Like the fastest a camera shutter can open and close, that is what I saw. And I would say they were just white, bluish white, and the size of, Jeremy said size of a star. I really like that analogy from space. It was just a pinprick of light. And maybe it was a priming bias, but to me there was no doubt we were seeing it. And we were all seeing it. So it was, and we were correlating.
Great stuff, Reid. Yeah, don't need the description of the galactic ray flashes. So I guess last question for you guys on that. We definitely want that annotation. Please let us know when you have that, and we'll try to downlink it in flight. But when during the period did you see them? Because I think we heard from you like 20 minutes in that you had already seen a couple. So any timing granularity you can provide would help us find evidence from those from the ground and from LRO.
Well, I think it was just whenever we were intentionally looking for impact flashes, we were looking pretty hard. The eclipse occurred, and then we had about 5 minutes of human emotional reaction to staring at that orb floating in the vastness of space. And then right after that, we were like, oh, somebody in the cabin said, let's look for impact flashes, or I see an impact flash. And then we started looking at it, and as we were looking, we all just saw, 1 or 2 or 3. Mine were, Jeremy's annotating right now, and then I will annotate on his as well. I never saw any that would have been in the Earth glow side, so I do not suspect any that I saw would be able to be correlated from a Earth-based science team.
Great feedback. So it sounds like when you guys reported multiple impact flashes, it could have been that you guys all saw the same ones occurring. Any guidance on how many total you saw?
We didn't necessarily announce everyone out into the cabin, though. Reid and I saw 2 identical ones. He saw one before mine, and then I know I saw another one after that. So we'll try and give you the annotation and what order they came in. But just remember, this is just very rough.
That's great. Moving on, a question for Christina and any others that observed something similar. Christina suggested there may have been possible lofted dust just prior to Earthrise. Can you describe what you saw just before the Earth popped out from behind the moon? And any other crew, did you witness anything similar to what Christina is about to describe?
Hey, Kelsey. So this was during, Earthrise. I was still on Eclipse for some reason. Yes, okay. My crewmates were they didn't see it the same as I did. What I saw was when it got close, so as you know, a crescent rose, so it was kind of like 2 fangs came up, one fang and then later another fang, and then eventually the center of the smile, the crescent. And right before the center of the crescent came up right before the crescent was there was when I thought I saw something.
That's a very evocative description, Christina. Thanks. You noticed it was gray. You kind of highlighted a gray color. Did it, what was the thickness of it above the surface of the moon? And anything else you can describe about what made you think it was lofted dust?
Yeah, and to be clear, this is Earthrise, right?
Affirm Earthrise, because it's that glow from Earth that would allow that lofted dust to become highlighted against space.
Yeah, I was just making sure it wasn't right after Earth set, if that might also be a time, because the picture I'm building in my mind, I just want to make sure I'm not creating false memories. Basically, and I think this is why not everyone saw it as lofted dust, it was not tall. It was, it wasn't like the corona where it came up high or anything like that. It was just a slightly different gray color right before it rose. And it was small enough to be within the fangs of the crescent. It didn't go farther than the inner part of the crescent, and it could have been an optical thing and not lofted dust, but to me it just sort of appeared, and I felt like it had a glow. I know that those different terms mean things, but I think in this case that would be the appropriate thing there, that it was potentially, in my mind, the sunlight reflecting off of the Earth and creating a little glow right before the brightest part of the crescent came over the horizon.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thank you, Christina. Similarly, on dust, we heard that Reid chose for his second crew choice target to look for suspended dust. So, Reid, did you see any glow or hints of that dust earlier that made you come back to that observation?
Negative. Just really wanted to see some, and I saw none.
Understood. Okay, for Christina and Victor, during Earth's set, we heard you say that the Earth was so bright it made the moon look dark. So you all had the Earth in view during the majority of your flyby. Did you notice any time when the brightness of Earth began to change your view of the moon's brightness? And can you describe how your perception of the moon's color changed as the Earth came closer to the moon?
Yeah, absolutely. And essentially, as soon as the Earth became in the view, the easy view, where I didn't have to turn my head, when it was in what I'll call my field of view, not my field of regard, when I could just see it looking straight, the moon was already at a point where I was losing subtle albedo differences. I think it's the angle of incidence. The angle, the sun to the moon didn't change much, but we moved to the side, and so we were seeing a different angle, and the color was less apparent. Orion Tall had also rotated really close to the limb, so a lot of the features that I was looking at were moving away, but I think the change in lighting was due to the angle of incidence, but then when the Earth became apparent, its brightness, it was so bright. It was so bright it looked out of place. The gray of the moon and the black of space kind of seemed to go together, but then more in the dull sense, but then the vividness and brightness, like the difference between an LED display and a painting, right? You can just do things with light that you can't do with paint colors. The Earth looked out of place, and it just continued to dim the albedo and color that was earlier apparent in the moon. I'm passing to Christina.
You saw me nodding vigorously back here. That wasn't just my fantastic listening skills. I was nodding to make sure. Oh, we're not on video. This whole time I've been put on the show. I was nodding, now you know, because I agreed with everything he said. I'll add a couple thoughts that popped into my mind, which was, I think I made the comment that the moon turned into a sponge of light. In my mind, before the Earth came into view, the moon actually was reflecting light, and it was lit up. As soon as the Earth got close enough to be in my field of view to take them both in at the same time, exactly what Victor said, it dulled, it turned into a sponge. It's almost like it went matte, like a matte finish. And for me, so that's brightness and albedo. It also, I would say for me, got like a browner taupe color, like almost an olivey brown, kind of like the boys' pants, not like my pants, but like these pants. And whereas before, I would have said it was more like electric gray in its grayer areas. So for me, it turned more brown, but a very matte brown. I'm going to stop there. There's one more comment I'll make about when it was very close, just in case it's interesting.
Absolutely, we take that
The only other thing I wanted to add to that is not scientific on lunar observations, but I think that, I know myself in particular, but probably we all underestimated the amount of impact of sunlight and earth glow on cabin windows, on glare on the window structure, window frame, on the heat shield tiles coming across the cabin. That was a pretty large impact, Kelsey.
That stuck up to us here on the ground as well, Reid, and we were hearing the struggles that all those different expected illumination sources provide, but unexpected in the impact that they had. Speaking of things that had an impact on observations, Victor, we heard during your sit rep when you were in the docking window that having that orange Kapton tape in your field of view affected your color observations. That was fascinating and has a lot of impact for future Artemis Artemis missions and hardware and impacts on color. So any other comment you want to make on how your ability to perceive color on the surface was influenced or limited by other objects of color in your view? We're interested here in color rather than brightness.
Absolutely, but all the comments I made about the Earth earlier apply to this one as well. This is the thing I wanted to make sure to add, so I'm glad you asked, is that the human eye adjusting is another thing that had huge impact. Some of the colors and their patterns did not appear in the moon, the Aristarchus Plateau, you know, the browns, the streaks that we saw there, until you stared. Kind of like the impact flash, you really have to be staring. And it wasn't because of intention, it was because my eyes were adjusting. And so as soon as I would look inside the cabin, the vehicle, if those bright LEDs that were in the vehicle, or if the sun was reflecting off of a corner of the windowsill, or the bright Earth in the field of view, those things would change my eye, and I'd have to wait for them to adjust again. And I want to add, while Victor's talking about that on the Kapton tape color, let me see if I can nod for my crewmates, but when we're looking at Earth, just a normal Earth lit up by the sun, I'm used to seeing these deep blue pictures of like Earth Day photos, Apollo 8 photos, but when we look out, the cloud cover is so bright, it is almost blindingly bright, and you really cannot make out significant detail in the Earth when we're at long distance on a sunlit Earth. So it was very interesting to me that the Earth is so bright from the clouds that it is actually hard to look at.
Hey, since we're going discussion style, like you mentioned, I'll add a couple comments on color. I didn't notice color changing my view, except maybe, like Victor said, I didn't realize it when I looked down at the PCD and back, because I do think there was a time scale there where you saw things a little differently if you just stared for a long time. And sometimes even staring out into the blackness to kind of reset and come back. So I think that is a note. We were very much reliant on PCDs for instruction, but that did cause our eyes to constantly refresh on those colors. I didn't notice necessarily a color difference, but just like a quality of observation. Maybe like he was saying, like the details or the contrast. So it might have even been a night vision thing. Yeah, that's all saying that. I did want to mention that when we were getting the really, really high amount of light into the windows, even the shrouded windows from the sun, the reflection on things behind the observer that are in the cabin was really strong on the window. So there's some high albedo things behind our heads, like there's a white bar, the abort sticker on the RHC, some other metal things, like we have some white bungees. I was trying to observe the dark side of the moon during the Earth set, while the Earth was behind it, and I ended up asking Reid to give me some black t-shirts, and we covered all of that stuff so that the reflection was just less in the glass, and it worked so well. It basically made observing for impact flashes possible, whereas it wouldn't have been otherwise. So that's a good tip, and I would even recommend, like maybe as part of your stuff, if you ask this in the future, like a black room, a dark room cloth or something to lay behind the observers. Finally, back on the question of moon color change during Earth set, the other thing that that happened, which was kind of, I think, just more in the category of like a mirage or something, even though I recognize there's no atmosphere around the moon that would cause the same things as mirages on Earth. There was definitely an effect, like when the Earth actually set, of like when it first touched the moon, it was like your eyes didn't know what to do at that boundary, and it kind of just created a lot of light in that spot. Once it got below that tangent first touch, then it got more normal, and I was able to just see the Earth and see the moon and see their contact. That's all for me. Anybody else on this question?
Thank you, Christina. And as I think I saw you notice, we did just get video a couple minutes ago, so it's nice to see you as we're talking to you. Next question is for all of you. Ohm crater was observed by all four of you, and we're interested in whether your different viewing angles resulted in how you observed Ohm. Jeremy and Reid saw it first. Were you able to see the ejecta rays, the central peak? And then Christina and Victor, you were next, and you observed Ohm later in the past. Could you resolve similar or different features than what you're about
Vehicle and Crater Carroll for Commander Wiseman's late wife. I think we have a picture. Yeah, thank you.
Upon return, the crew does plan to submit these to the International Astronomical Union as consideration for official names. There was, as Rick said, not a dry eye in the house. Really poignant moment, and that we were really glad to observe them describing. And with that, I think we can take questions.
Yep, we will open the floor and take questions, and my colleague Will over here will pass along the mic. We can start with you, Jackie.
Thanks so much. Jackie Waddles with CNN. I don't think there was a dry eye on Earth when Carroll Crater was named. I was just curious, was Reid aware that that was going to be something that the crew was going to do? I was just curious if there was any pre-planned discussions and they were just kind of looking for the crater, or kind of how that came about. And then really quickly, I also wanted to just check on a toilet status update. We heard this morning that I thought I heard some chatter around that it being considered, a reentry issue now. Like, is the toilet out of commission until they get back, or where does that stand? Thanks.
I'll take the second part.
Okay. Yes, I know the crew put, a lot of, obviously, thought and pre-planning into what you heard yesterday. It is my understanding that he was aware prior to yesterday.
And the toilet remains operational. The challenge that we're working through is evacuating the wastewater tank. The vent is a lot less than we were expecting, and so we're having to fall back to some other alternate means other than the toilet. But what you overheard on the spacecraft or on the Orion to Earth channel this morning was us deferring some maintenance on the toilet. Typically, when you have 4 crew members using it throughout the day, nominally, you have to do a maintenance activity once a day. And with a lower use rate, since we're not able to vent the wastewater products, we don't need to do the maintenance as often. And so that's what that exchange was about.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. I'm over here. Jared, that's a pretty impressive and full portfolio of missions you outlined that NASA's involved in now. And without getting you in trouble with your boss, are you going to be able to defend an $18.8 billion budget, $5.6 billion for 27, or are you prepared to kind of work with Congress to see if the administration will support more? Thank you.
I will say we'd like to keep the focus on what we were speaking about today, and then move on to other questions like that at a later date and keep the focus on the mission. Thank you.
Mark Strassman, CBS. I feel as though I talked to about 10 people off campus today, and they all wanted to ask me about those remarkable images. And so they asked me, so I'm going to ask you. Have you seen anything in those images that surprised you? And what about those images touched you?
Take that, Kelsey? Sure. Oh my gosh. When I woke up this morning, I've spent most of my morning just flipping through, the thousands of images that have started to come down. And there is something in every image that surprises me, right? I mean, you might think that after looking at hundreds of images taken of the lunar surface, I would get sick of it. I have not, nor do I anticipate getting sick of it. It's just their experience and the amount of time and the rate at which they were moving. Every vantage point is different. You heard them audibly describe yesterday, wow, I'm looking at the same feature as I was 10 minutes ago and it looks different, right? And the images reflect that. And so, when I see these images, I connect to each one in a different way, especially in light of what we heard from the crew yesterday. I think as a geologist by training, I love looking at the pictures of the lunar surface, but I think certainly, emotionally, a lot of us have connected with the images of Earth, with the images from during the eclipse, with the images from the vehicle cameras taking pictures of the moon during the eclipse period. And while they are in inspirational, and I think allow all of us to, really feel a little bit of what they were feeling. There's also a lot of science hidden, inside of those images, and I can tell you that right now, as we speak, there is a science evaluation room full of several dozen scientists who are already getting going on those images. Just as one example, there was a healthy scientific debate this morning about some of those images taken during the eclipse period and what we can see of the solar corona and what we can see of zodiacal light. So the conversations and the science lessons learned are just beginning.
Hi, TJ Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much for taking the time. For Jared, as we saw with Artemis II going around the moon and having that very characteristic blackout of when they go around the moon, how much longer are missions to the moon going to have that as we develop a moon base? And where do, say, communication satellites in lunar orbit land on the priority list?
Yeah, I'd say, people have asked quite a bit about, it was elevated blood pressure when we were without comms with Orion on the far side of the moon. This is, we have comm issues in LEO relatively, routinely. Certainly our operators train for it, our astronauts do as well. But in terms of the bigger picture, can we do better? For sure, right? We've talked about, prioritizing observation and comm relay satellites for lunar operations so we can bring the world along with us as we build out a moon base. And I think I was in a meeting not that long ago where we described it as if not the platinum age for commercial communication capabilities, certainly the golden age. We're very close. So we have a number of providers that are all investing heavily in these kind of capabilities that we can take advantage of in LEO, cislunar space, and I have no doubt in lunar orbit in the years ahead.
Hi, Kay for Interstellar Gateway. Thanks for doing these. This is really cool. Jared, question for you. Can you speak on the responsibility of what being the administrator during such a pivotal moment means? And secondly, I'm speaking on behalf of musicians around the world and bands. I have a band called Chasing Satellites, and will there be potentially an opportunity to submit music for a future Artemis mission for the wake-up calls? That was really cool to be a part of and to watch as a musician.
Certainly. So I think I've described before that I thought that certainly felt a lot more pressure, being on the outside and responsible for a human spaceflight mission than being in the vehicle itself, especially a mission such as Artemis II, which kicks off so many other exciting ones to follow as, we return to the moon and build that enduring presence to learn so that we can undertake even grander missions, as Dr. Glaze referenced, beyond the moon in the future. So I think it is a great responsibility, but you derive confidence from all the expertise that exists within NASA, the workforce, our commercial, our international partners that come together for a moment like this, all the testing that goes into it, and the fact that we have this playbook before and we're running it. Now, in terms of contributions for music and future wake-up music for subsequent missions, I hope we're running so many missions to and from the moon in the future that we're going to have to cast a very wide net for creative content. So.
For Administrator Isaacman, Tom Costello with NBC News. I'm just wondering, how are you feeling now? I realize we don't have the crew home yet, but you've had a very successful trip around the far side. How are you feeling about this setting the stage, testing out the vehicle for a lunar landing as soon as 2028?
Yeah, well, I'd say for this mission, we're certainly off to a good start. Clean launch, and the vehicle has been doing well. I've made commentary early on that I like that we're talking about, water access valves and cabin temperature and even plumbing issues, for that matter, for all the things that we could have been potentially talking about prior to the mission underway. But I'll breathe easier when we get through re-entry and everybody's under chutes and in the water. In terms of getting ready for the subsequent missions, it's kind of why I picked some of the words that I did at the beginning of this press event, is that a lot of people's rightful attention right now is on the crew of Artemis II, especially here at JSC and Mission Control, especially the recovery forces that are now making their way out to bring this crew back to their family. And for everybody else, we've got the other things to get done, including thinking about Artemis III. It's why I was very happy that the crawler is making its way out to 39B right now. We've got a timeline to get it back in the VAB, ideally in a week. That would cut down on the turnaround, I think, by 3 months compared to Artemis II. So we can undertake, again, world-changing missions like Artemis II right now and get ready for the next ones at the same time.
Hi, Josh, dinnerspace.com. Has this mission revealed anything about life aboard Orion, crew workload, flights in deep space, or maybe something unexpected that will shape how NASA and Artemis crews approach preparing for future missions?
I'm going to take that from Flight Ops.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. We've learned a tremendous amount as part of a lot of the flight test subjective activities we've been doing. I think we have a couple of problems that we still need to work out, but Orion has shown itself to be a very capable capsule for beyond Earth orbit space travel. And I think the things like, as the administrator talked about, the things that we're going to have to improve upon for Artemis III are relatively small and incremental in nature, as opposed to wholesale redesigns of spacecraft subsystems. So overall, I'm extremely pleased with the performance of the spacecraft and how it's served as a campsite for our 4 crew members.
We'll go from Marcia to Eric and then do a couple on the phone bridge.
I'm Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Dr. Young. It's hard for me to know how quickly these pictures are coming down. How many would you estimate that have come down so far of the moon? And these luminous flashes on the surface, was that an actual meteor shower, do you think, or is it just your usual business of falling debris?
So the team, the FOD team, is working really hard to bring down the images as fast as they can. Of course, we also have other vehicle data that needs to come down as well. But the team is working really hard to try to get those images down and of course, get them out to you guys as well. As of the time I left console roughly an hour ago, there was just over 50 gigabytes of data from yesterday that had come down. Of course, every image does not exactly have the moon in it, but it is taken from within the lunar observation period. So we're working really hard to get those down, as well as the audio files that the crew were taking. That's a really rich scientific data set because it captures the nuance of what the crew were seeing. We heard a few of those per hour in those science situational reports you were hearing yesterday, but there are multiple hours of recordings of meaty science observations, about 2/3 of which we've been able to get down so far, and our team has already been looking at that, those couple hours of transcripts and audio files. As for the impact flashes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we think they saw at least 4 and possibly up to 6 impact flashes. Again, I talked to them about that just this morning in the crew conference with them. I think, it's very early to tell, right? This happened less than 24 hours ago. Our teams are looking at it now, and spacecraft like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter will be really helpful to try to help us narrow in on that. But the lunar environment is a dynamic place, and we have a lot to learn about it. LRO has returned a lot of information about the lunar environment, but observations like this are a critical part of our understanding, which will pay dividends for future surface exploration.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. There's a question maybe for Jared. So why haven't we been back to the moon in 53 minutes? I'm just kidding. So you brought up the Artemis III mission design. Can you bring up or talk about the 2 or 3 hardest problems that you're tackling? You talked about the mission design meeting today, but the 2 or 3 hardest problems you're tackling right now to make sure that launches next year.
Yeah. So I don't want to get too far out in front of a mission that's underway right now. I would just say that there are a lot of things based on the information we have available today, from feedback from our vendors, that we know are achievable. And I think one of the questions probably will just be what the initial orbit will be for Artemis II. Is it going to be LEO or HEO? And I think that we're all going to have some sense of which one, and there's pros and cons for each of them for sure. We're all going to be able to have some sense about which path we'll likely go down based on launch cadence of our two HLS providers, both of which have launches coming up, I would say, in the next month or less right now. So a big key to our strategy, not just to return to the moon, but to stay and to build a base, is going to be rapid reusability of heavy lift launch vehicles. So the more they get experience doing that, the more options that are available for us for Artemis III. But I'd say right now, we certainly have a good plan for that mission. Will help us buy down a lot of risk in advance of a landing for Artemis IV in 28.
Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hi, Jeff Faust with Space News. Question for Dr. Young. Now that you are going to get all of these images and verbal descriptions and annotations, what's the plan for the science team in the days and weeks ahead to go through all of that data and see how they address the 10 science objectives that you laid out for this mission? Thank you.
Oh my goodness, what a good question. We have a lot of data to get through. Like I said, it has already started. We had teams working overnight, after the crew went to sleep, as soon as we started getting data down. I will reiterate that we will be getting all mission data relevant to lunar science archived and made publicly available within 6 months post-splashdown. So these are all of the images of the moon, these audio files, and even the annotations. But in the meantime, over those next 6 months, we're also going to be preparing 2 reports that we also owe to be publicly released within 6 months post-mission. One is a science operations report that describes, how our team was structured to integrate with flight operations to accomplish our objectives. But relevant to your question, the second one is a post-mission preliminary lunar science report. And so we are going to be going objective by objective with those 10 lunar science objectives you referenced, looking across this entire, really rich, robust, but very large data set, and really trying to understand what data we got relevant to each objective, but set up the community for success so that they can access those data and help us answer these fundamental driving science questions. The lunar science team for this mission, it was our charter to develop the objectives and to maximize the science value out of this mission. We'll be doing an initial assessment over 6 months, and then we're really eager to see what the community is able to do with these data.
We'll move to Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Thank you. So I have some questions about the optical communications. How was the performance like? How many gigabytes was sent? What was the data rate? How does that compare with what was expected? And how does it compare with the usual way of sending data back? And it seems like it's been almost operational already and not just a test. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question was relative to some of the data rates for the optical communication system. I'll just give you a stat from overnight that we heard from Consul. We got 20 gigabytes down in a little more than 45 minutes. That's orders of magnitude more than we get via our S-band telemetry system. So optical comm has been working really well, and hopefully we can take what we learned on Artemis II and expand its operational capability and its implementation for future missions.
And now we will move to Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Out to me yesterday was just the vivid descriptions that the crew used for what they were seeing and how they remained in kind of constant contact and talkative throughout the flyby. I'm wondering if it's possible to say how that might have compared to the Apollo crew observations and how that robustness impacted the science and the data that was collected.
Absolutely. I mean, probably a lot of people watching have spent a lot of time looking back at Apollo and maybe watching Apollo in real time online and reliving what the Apollo crews, not just on the surface, but in orbit experienced. You have, I'm sure, heard the Apollo descriptions of the lunar surface from orbit, and they were also really impactful. They trained heavily in geology and orbital observations, just like the Artemis II crew did. I will say, listening to the level of scientific discourse that the crew was having yesterday was incredibly inspiring. I mean, a testament to how much they prepared before this mission. You know, I heard a couple times Christina and Victor especially saying, when we took the time to actually talk to each other about a specific target that we were both seeing, we elevated each other. We elevated what we were able to pull out of that target. You know, more brains on a scientific target are better than one, and we heard from them directly multiple times that they were helping each other to advance their scientific understanding of what they were looking at. We actually also heard them say, hey, we have a hypothesis. Can you guys provide guidance on that hypothesis, like right now in the middle of our flyby? So the science team was saying, you know, was cross-checking what they were seeing, was reading up geologic ages of major lunar impact features, and it was informing the observations they were making during the flyby. I mean, this is absolutely everything we hoped for by integrating science into flight operations, you know, because, again, science enables exploration and exploration enables science. And the fact that, you know, they're giving observations and, you know, I was able to immediately follow up on those observations with, you know, just the quick questions that can enhance science return, it meant that they were evaluating and buying down multiple working hypotheses in real time during their flyby. And just imagining the future when we have crew on the surface for short duration missions and ultimately the moon base, the amount of science we are able to gain when, you know, science is woven into this operational fabric is incredibly impactful. And we saw that, you know, for 7 straight hours yesterday.
Now we'll move to Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good afternoon. For Rick, what is the approximate time on Friday when the crew module separates from the service module, if you have that on hand? You know, the administrator mentioned splashdown is expected for around 8:07 Eastern. And then any color on kind of reentry prep work ahead for the crew and mission control between now and Friday. Thanks.
Sure. I'll start with some of the times. The crew module and service module separation is going to occur about 20 minutes before entry interface. So that separation will be at 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect entry interface about 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time, with a splashdown around 8:06 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. As for the preparations that the ground and the astronauts are doing today to prepare for entry, or today and future days, a lot of it is all of the science equipment and cameras and tablets and reference material that got unstowed in support of the flyby. Well, we have to put that all away. We have to pack up our suitcases and get ready to come home. And that takes time, and so we are laying out a plan to make sure that the crew gets everything packed away in time to get their suits on and get in their seats to perform that final trajectory correction maneuver on splashdown day and come home.
We'll move back in the room to Joey and then on to Will.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I just had another quick toilet question. Do you have any idea as to why the venting is not happening as fast as you hope it is, and what other hardware on the spacecraft might that implicate, or what other problems might that cause?
Yeah, so the engineering team is going to go through a full fault tree to identify all of the potential causes of the blockage. Initially, you may have recalled that we thought it might be icing up at the nozzle at the outer mold line of the spacecraft. We have pretty high confidence that it's not an icing condition. We've put the spacecraft in a sun-focused attitude to bake off any ice. We've activated heaters along the lines internal to the spacecraft, and we still see a blockage. And so the latest theory is related to some of the chemistry that goes into ensuring that the wastewater doesn't develop any biofilms. And there may be something going on with a chemical reaction where there's some debris that's generated as part of that reaction, and it's getting clogged in a filter. But again, we don't have root cause, and once we get the spacecraft back into the processing facility in Florida, we'll be able to get access to all the components and do a real detailed fault tree to identify the root cause.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Going back to Dr. Young's point about the intersection of science and exploration, to both Dr. Young and to Dr. Glaze, Given the number of believed to be impact flashes that the crew observed during just a relatively brief amount of time, I wonder how these observations and the ones made previously by LRO will factor into creating the conditions for a moon base that can allow the astronauts to stay safe, given the probability that they may experience a micrometeoroid impact at that site. Thank you.
Want to say anything? Well, I do think that the data that we're collecting with these observations, and as you noted, the LRO data that we're continuously collecting, we have been for quite a while, all of that is being fed into our plans and making sure that we understand what all of the variety of risks are. There's many that we're looking at, and of course micrometeorites being one, as we start to establish infrastructure on the surface and understanding those rates. These kind of data really help inform us as far as what we can anticipate. And of course, the different parts of the moon, down at the South Pole, maybe a little slightly different rates than we would see higher up at higher latitudes. So we need to compile all of those data and understand where, what those impacts might be.
Hi, Nick Notari with ABC 13. A question about the scientific stuff that you found yesterday. I know the question was asked about what was inspirational. I talked to Joel Kearns yesterday, and he had told me, I'm just looking at his quote, as a scientist, I can tell you what's most inspirational is when you're pouring through something you're working on and you realize you're seeing something that nobody else has ever seen before. I know you talked about the impact flashes, but is there anything else that no one else has seen before that you guys have already saw? And then also explain to us on Earth that maybe this is high level over our heads, how what was photographed or taken yesterday could maybe give us some answers on our planet of Earth.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely questions. I might just give a specific example of something I heard from the crew yesterday. My background's in geology and specifically impact cratering, so every time they describe those beautiful basins, I get really excited. They did describe Ohm crater a couple of different times, and they noticed a variety of different color and albedo hues associated not just with Ohm, but with the rays that extend out from the crater. This could indicate, impact events are really compelling for a lot of reasons. Obviously, I'm quite biased, having written my PhD on them. But they can excavate material from great depths below the surface, which means they're kind of like a geologist's cheat code, right? Where you can't get all the way down there by yourself, but when an impact has brought up that material for you, it can actually perform that excavation, and we just need to send the crew to the right spots on the surface, and they can actually look at depths far below the surface. And I bring that up here to say that what the crew observed around Ohm yesterday was they actually noticed color and albedo hues coming out in those rays, and they noticed that they were distinct and different and evolved along the ray systems, which could potentially lead us to believe that that crater excavated from distinct depths below the surface of the moon. So it's those kinds of nuanced observations that can ultimately inform future landed missions, future crewed missions, to understand where can we go to maximize the scientific value. These ultimately get at chronology of the solar system, at how the inner solar system has evolved over time, which connects to, the moon being the witness plate for our planet and for the inner solar system. You heard Lori and I the other day get very excited about talking about, pesky plate tectonics and oceans and vegetation that gets in the way of us looking at the early part of our planet's past, and the fact that that part of the record of our Earth-Moon system is still available on Earth. Well, where it's available is the highlands, the far side highlands, and the South Pole. Specifically, the South Pole has the South Pole Aitken Basin, which is my personal favorite lunar and planetary science objective. It's the oldest basin in the solar system. If we can get the right age constraints on that basin, it can help us anchor the chronology for the entire solar system. And so crew observing things like they did with Ohm, where they can say, with my eyes, I can see this distinction, which can ultimately tell us that future observations of high priority landing sites could tell us something similar. This is how we start to really bite away at these really, really fundamental science questions that impact not just our understanding of the moon, but how our own planet has evolved over time.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is for Rick, while we have you here. I'd like to drill down a little bit on entry day a little more. Sounds like weather in the primary recovery zone is looking favorable, but can you walk through, as we approach EI and pass EI, what REDES capability you have, what kind of cross range and down range capability you have, when are you committed to that landing zone? And also, with this thermally benign entry you're going to fly, do you still expect to exceed Apollo 10's speed record? I know you don't care about that stuff, but we do.
That's all right. You can still keep asking the questions, and we'll go follow up, and we'll find the answers. I do not have the answer offhand about the Apollo 10 speed record, so we'll have to get that back to you tomorrow. And tomorrow, I'm actually going to provide a lot of detail about the sequence of events for entry, as I'm the entry flight director for Friday evening splashdown. But with respect to your particular question about entry interface, we can select a new landing site as late as entry interface. We would prefer to not do that. We like to give ourselves a little bit of margin, but we can adjust the latitude and longitude of the site, and the spacecraft will fly to those coordinates so long as we get that command up before entry interface. So we're going to make a decision far in advance of entry interface to know where the splashdown site will be, because our top priority is to ensure that when Integrity and her crew of 4 splash down, that we have the recovery forces right nearby to help get them out and get them back to the recovery ship. So we have about a 475 nautical mile range. I can't do that conversion. But 475 miles of ocean within which we can select the most acceptable weather. And as you said, weather near San Diego looks favorable, so I'm optimistic that we'll be able to land close to the shore.
Tom Clark with Sky News in the UK. First of all, congratulations on the flyby and those breathtaking images, and thanks for doing this too. There's been a lot of focus on the toilet, but I'm looking to get a kind of overall perspective on how happy you've been with Orion and the European Service Module. What are you definitely going to have to fix before you fly it again, and how confident are you looking ahead to re-entry?
I'm not sure I heard the end of the question. You talked about how the Orion is performing, and it's performing spectacularly. I have to tell you, our Orion team is so pleased with really everything, the way that it's performing. The engines, the manual control that you've heard us talk about several times, that the crew have just gone over and over about how well that's performing, how nicely the Orion crew module is handling. The service module, again, providing everything that we need. Yeah, we've had a couple of challenges, but overall, I mean, I think they're pretty minor in the whole grand scheme of things. The hardware itself performing extremely well. We're really looking forward to turning this around and flying again in a year, and then again a year after that. I think this hardware is really spectacular, and we're really looking forward to doing this more often. We're going to get the toilet figured out. The toilet is actually functioning perfectly. It's the drain, the ability to vent the wastewater. And as Rick said earlier, as soon as we get this down on the ground, we'll be able to get inside, and we will get to the root of that.
Hi, Lisa Grossman from Science News. This is especially for Kelsey, but actually for all of you. The astronauts yesterday used a lot of really fun analogies and descriptors for the features on the moon they were seeing. Did any stand out for you as favorites?
Oh, of like the analogies they used to describe lunar features? Yes. I liked the handprint, and that actually, we had a team working overnight to figure out exactly what they meant. They found it this morning. They were very excited to figure out exactly what they were talking about. I think, we train them, to be totally blunt, we train them to describe it like they see it. Tell us what speaks to you and how you can communicate it back to us. And so I think Christina delivered on that ask when she described a feature as looking like a wound. We do agree. I'm not sure it was my favorite lunar descriptor I heard yesterday, but it was evocative, and she was right. It did indeed look like a wound. And I was also really resonating with the way that several of the crew members were trying to, in the spirit of wanting to have a scientific dialogue, right? They had science questions they were trying to answer, and they were asking us some pretty sophisticated questions real time. And so to bring us with them on what they were seeing, the way that they were cluing us in to how they were moving across the moon by saying, take this feature, draw a line from that to this, and then continue going, and this is the feature we're looking at. Help us use that as a waypoint. It was an incredibly impactful way to have our team be ready to very quickly provide them with answers to the science questions, which is, again, important, not just because, of course, we want to support our crew at the moon, but when we can respond quickly and understand what they're looking at, it maximizes science, because we can immediately ask the follow-up question and have them burrow in even deeper on those multiple working hypotheses. So the descriptions are not just great to clue us into what they're seeing, but it really helps us in real time maximize the science we're getting out of, in this case, a 7-hour flyby.
I'd like to just comment real quickly on one of my favorite. It wasn't actually a lunar observation, but it was during the eclipse, and they were looking at the planets that could be seen. You could see Mercury, Mars, and Saturn.
And Venus, yeah.
And Venus on the other side, yeah. But they're looking at the planets, and I can't remember who said it, said one of them looks kind of red, and Kelsey's observation was, that's Mars, you're looking at your future. And I thought that was spectacular.
Thanks. We only have time for a couple more questions, so I'll pass it over to you, Jonathan, and then we'll do one more.
Thank you. Jonathan Seri with Fox News. I would love to know about the logistics that went into the ship-to-ship call. If you could explain in layman's terms, how did it work out? And perhaps more importantly, what was the symbolic impact of that call?
So the logistics, we have done a number of public affairs events on integrity throughout the mission. We do them multiple times a week on the space station, and everything goes through Houston. So the data comes through the Deep Space Network, through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory over to Houston. We have audio and video technicians here in Mission Control who can reconfigure the routes for the data and send it to the appropriate destination. We do public affairs events down from the ISS through the tracking and data relay satellite system. And so that's something we do all the time. It's just a matter of connecting the two wires. And so logistics were really quite easy despite the distances.
Yeah, maybe I could add too, I was in the flight control room this morning for that call, and something I observed that I didn't anticipate, of course we're expecting the crew joy at talking and connecting to each other, but looking around the room at the other flight controllers, and actually the viewing gallery was open for other FOD employees to observe. This is a team sport, so many people, thousands of people work to enable this, and seeing the joy on everybody's faces as these two missions flying at the same time had this moment of connection is going to stay with me as a moment of inspiration from this mission.
Yeah, and I would just add, in terms of it being symbolic, it is certainly a step in the right direction. It began with a single person in a Mercury spacecraft, and we progressed to 2 spacecraft at one time. Now we've got an international space station while a spacecraft is coming back from the moon. This is progress. We talk a lot about, what is an interesting KPI, the number of people living and working in space. We want to see that number grow. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we've got communication going on between our moon base, their colleagues that are orbiting above them in a lander, relaying back maybe to other colleagues on an international or future commercial space station. These are all steps in the right direction for the exciting future that many of us were probably imagined as children and we're trying to bring into reality.
We're going to do last question.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw, Mysterious Meteorites from here in Houston, Texas, for Lunar Science Lead Kelsey Young. Are there going to be any science data available of perhaps the color data for the impact flashes or trajectory directions they came from?
I asked the crew about that this morning. Any color? How long did they last? Where were they? And Reid and Jeremy, as I was talking to them, had their crew tablets out and they were making annotations and sketches on what they saw. They did just report this morning in our conversation that they didn't observe any color to them and that they were very, very brief, but they did provide sketches on whereabout they saw them. And so again, like I said, we're going to use the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter to try to, track to those features and try to identify what they saw. Trajectory is going to be hard, but Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter data can help us pull that out. What we really wanted to do before the crew, splashed down and got distracted with all of the things they're going to be doing here was capture that nuance before it got overcome by a lot of other mission events. So we were able to capture a lot more detail this morning in my conversation with them, and the LRO team is off to the races.
Great. With that, thank you for joining us today for our mission status briefing. We will have another briefing tomorrow. Until then, you can continue to follow along with the mission 24/7 on NASA's YouTube channel, and we will leave you with these beautiful images captured by Integrity.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams continue monitoring all systems and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. The crew is having a little bit of a quieter day today. They woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time this morning, got into their post-sleep period, and then got to talk to the International Space Station crew. Following that brief encounter, they stepped into their post-lunar flyby conference with science lead Kelsey Young. You just saw her in our mission status briefing. Since then, the crew has had some opportunities to speak with their families and exercise a little bit too. We are targeting the RTC-1 burn this afternoon. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1. This helps fine-tune our flight path for Orion and its crew to come splash down on Earth. We are now 3 days, 2 hours, and 9 minutes from our initially targeted splashdown time. You're looking at a visualization of the spacecraft. Now 48,670 miles from the moon and 228,090 miles from Earth, continuing to grow closer. You can keep up with this data at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Coming up shortly, we expect the crew to have their intermediate burn targeting conference. At that time, the teams will load up the latest burn plans aboard the spacecraft. The burn we're expecting this afternoon will be small, especially in comparison to the translunar injection burn that put us on this trajectory. These trajectory correction burns are using the RCS, or Reaction Control System, thrusters on the spacecraft. Much smaller thrusters with much less power than the OMS, or Orbital Maneuvering System, engine that we used to propel us around the moon and bring us back home. This is a live view from the spacecraft looking at the service module. That large nozzle is the OMS engine. We do not intend to use it again during the mission, having completed that translunar injection burn. We're coming up on the burn conference ahead of today's return trajectory correction burn with the crew members aboard the Orion spacecraft. As you heard Commander Reid Wiseman call down earlier, they have only eaten about 40% of the food allotted to them for this mission. The food the 4 astronauts eat plays a key role in maintaining their health and ensuring they can perform their mission objectives to the best of their abilities. Let's learn a little bit more about how to eat in space.
Around the moon meal.
Around the moon meal. What would you eat? Cheese?
Oh my gosh. That's clever. What do you think?
That's good. My name is Christina Koch.
And I'm Jeremy Hansen. We're crew members on the Artemis II mission flying around the moon. And when we fly around the moon, of course, we're going to be taking some food with us.
That's right. This is how to eat in space. Here we are in what we call our food lab at NASA Johnson Space Center. We come in here quite often to sample space food. The neat thing about the food selection is it is so diverse. Different entrees that you wouldn't imagine can be rehydrated and actually good in space are completely fair game. And it's pretty awesome.
We came in for Artemis to do this. We got about halfway through the first session, and we're like, we're not really sure we're going to have time on board to warm this stuff up. We talked a lot about day one. It's a long day. It's hours before we even leave the launch pad on our way to space. And then when we get to space, we have a lot of important events that day. We just did a sim yesterday where lunch is scheduled. It's
midday meal.
Yeah, midday meal for all 4 of us. And so those would be great moments, I think, in our mission to have prep some food and sit down or float as a crew and just have a joint meal.
For sure.
I think that'd be fun.
My name is Shulei Wu. I'm the food system manager for ISS and Artemis. The food lab at Johnson Space Center, that's where we make and package most of the space food, and also where we will be making all the food for the Artemis missions. Food is a big part for our crew members. They provide the nutrition, the calorie, micronutrient for crew members, but also boosting crew morale. It's very important. There is always a lot of steps, very strict steps for us to follow to making sure the food we provide are consistent and meet all the food safety, nutritional requirements, and most important, also need to taste good. The other strategy is always promote the variety, because everybody's food preference can be very different. Therefore, the more variety we can have, the better to meet the needs of the astronaut group.
They bring out these little tiny samples of each food, and you're like, oh my gosh, I thought we were having lunch. And then by the end, there's so many space foods, and every time you leave, you're like, I am so full.
I'm so full, I'm in pain.
And you just rate them like, I love this, I don't want to eat it, I'd eat it if you tell me I need it. Because what the food lab does is they take all your preferences, but they're also like good parents and are like, you need a well-balanced diet.
Exactly. They were like, no, you can't have mac and cheese every day, Christina. Sorry.
I'm Wyatt McKinley. I'm a flight controller and a crew instructor for Artemis II. We're here at the Space Vehicle Mock-Up Facility at Johnson Space Center. We're inside the Orion mock-up where we perform crew training for the Artemis II mission. On the Orion vehicle, crew is able to heat up their food using our briefcase-style food warmer. The food is held in contact with the central heater plate by these springs so that it can warm up and they can have a delicious meal. Much of the food and drink that's on Orion is rehydratable. And so crew at our potable water dispenser will fill up their food and drink, and then at that point, you go ahead and pop it into your food warmer.
I'm kind of envisioning there's maybe one person putting the stuff in and out, kind of tossing it out to everyone as it's done. Or maybe if we're not scheduled together, you're just on your own over there, popping some things in. Or maybe just in your 2 minutes of free time between things, you're kind of getting it ready so it has time to warm up. We'll see.
Eating together really resonates with me. I think it's just a human thing to break bread together and to enjoy that necessary thing you have to do, the thing you should be grateful for. And so doing that as a group, as a family, has always been meaningful for me.
Absolutely. It represents togetherness and something a little out of the ordinary. You don't necessarily get to have those meals with everybody in your life, but if you are sharing a meal, especially if you're sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a group of people, that means something. It's like a camping trip.
Go ahead.
down and to the left, line 17, the DAP load is 3 for burn maneuver.
Go ahead.
In the guidance solutions section, the delta V tote now 1.4 feet per second. The TGO is unchanged at 1.5 seconds.
Good, go ahead.
Attitude, yaw, 154. Pitch, 2.6. Roll, 2.87.
Copy, go ahead.
And the last bit's the delta V, X, minus 1.2, Y, 0.6, Z, minus 0.6.
We copy all. Thanks for that clear read up, and we see that our next step is to run 2-level targeter.
We concur. We'll be watching. And just a reminder that we're not pressurizing the tanks before this burn, so we're going to do it in blowdown.
Copy blowdown, and understand we have a go to complete step 9 on board, even though the burn execution steps show it as a skip.
Checking. Oh, good catch, Christina. We missed that. That should not say skip. We do want you to do step 9 for intermediate targeting.
Copy all. We will do it and chat with you after. Thank you.
Roger.
That was Capcom's Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston, a fellow NASA astronaut speaking with NASA's Christina Koch aboard the Orion spacecraft. The crew aboard the spacecraft is preparing for their return trajectory correction burns. The first of these return trajectory correction burns reported to be a 1.4 foot per second delta V burn. Again, we are expecting that return trajectory correction burn tonight around 7:03 p.m. Central Time. These small return trajectory correction burns.
It's an integrity with that. If you wouldn't mind, just given the rest of the burn execution steps a once-over, we think they all look nominal from here on out, but we'd feel better. Let us know if you see any other deltas. Thank you.
We will run an additional check and call if we find any other problems.
Perfect, thanks.
Such a fantastic view coming from a solar array camera on Orion, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft is 227,756 miles away from our home planet. Orion is now 49,168 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the spacecraft exited the lunar sphere of influence. That's when the pull of gravity is strongest on the spacecraft.
And Integrity Houston for Christina, we have double-checked all of the steps in the pad for the execution, and we found no more mistakes.
You guys rock. Thanks.
And Christina, while we've got you, we have increased the fan speed, and we're wondering if you want us to keep it at this level for the next exercise session.
We feel it, and yes, please.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
This is the Artemis Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Current flight director is Jeff Radigan, leading all of the teams around the room, monitoring Orion's systems. This is Flight Day 7, following launch on April 1st of Orion atop the Space Launch System spacecraft at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This live view is coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth, or should I say looking to all of us on Earth, as that is where the spacecraft is headed following yesterday's lunar flyby.
Integrity Houston for the timeline. Integrity Houston for timeline.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a live view of the Earth from the Orion spacecraft. We are now 5 days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans aboard Orion. The crew aboard the spacecraft has been working on the targeting plan for the upcoming RTC-1 burn. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1, a fine-tuning maneuver to keep us on a straight and narrow path on the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston, voice check, Orion Earth 1.
Loud and clear, Stan.
We have you the same. Did you hear 2 earlier calls for a timeline about 3 minutes ago?
Negative. Go ahead, those calls again.
Okay. We had just tried to get your attention for some timeline things. It looks like there was some uplink going on elsewhere in the system. We're going to chase that down. For the timeline, can you please give us a status on the RHC install and the docking cam install?
Yeah, we're just processing the docking cam install right this moment. Probably be another 2 minutes before it's up. And we're assuming we need to disregard that. And the RC, we knew it was in the procedure earlier. It's prepped, not quite up yet, but it's in position, so we're good with the RC.
If you're happy, we're happy, and copy the docking cam. Next, at the end of your midday meal, we've got a scheduled flight director crew conference. The vehicle looks great. We don't think we need that conference, and if you agree, we can cancel.
Okay, crew's good up here. We can go ahead and cancel that.
All right, and finally, we saw your intermediate targeting complete successfully, and solution looks good from here.
Okay, we concur, Stan. Appreciate it.
That's it for now. Enjoy your lunch.
We most certainly will enjoy this very rare lunch out in deep space. Okay, Houston, you can go ahead and check the docking tunnel, making sure you're seeing everything you expect in the camera.
Copy, we'll take a look.
We are live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes into the flight of Orion on Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We just heard some calls while the teams are planning for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, and the crew has been given a go to get into their midday meal. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, I am joined by Trey Perryman. He is the Orion Mission Evaluation Room lead. So thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Leah.
Tell me a little bit about you and your role.
Sure. During this mission, I'm called the Orion MER lead, the Orion Mission Evaluation Room lead. And so this is a team of engineers, a large team of engineers, who have a critical role in the success of this mission. We are responsible for really being the engineering source of knowledge base for the mission. So this is a large team comprised of the engineers who designed, built, assembled this spacecraft, and then processed this with our KSC team members before launch. During the mission itself, we are here in the Mission Control Center. And we provide that expertise to the operational teams, the flight ops team, the launch team, before we lift it off. And my role is to lead this organization, this team of engineers, and then during the mission, report out the findings, the observations we have to our leadership team, to the mission management team and others.
So what's the configuration like in the MER? Is it consoles like this? Are you staffed 24/7? Can you break that down?
Sure, yeah. So the MER itself is really a combination of different functions across the spacecraft.
Monitor off of battery until bedtime.
Copy. Acoustic monitor on batteries, and we have checked and are getting good data from the docking camera. Thanks for that work.
Trey knows the rules, that we always let the astronauts talk first.
That's very important. I grew up in, I was telling Leah, I grew up in this room here as a flight controller on the space shuttle program and ISS assembly missions, and so I definitely have learned that protocol. So bear with me as I explain this. But up in the MER, this is a collection of focus areas. So we have different, we call them consoles, just like we have in the flight control room here. And these are really representatives of different engineering functions or expertise. And so we have a console, for example, for the power system, for the propulsion systems, flight software, guidance, navigation, control. And so these people are all, they come together in this one place, and they're comprised of different organizations. So NASA, the ESA, the European Space Agency, and our contractors, Lockheed Martin and the Airbus company. So we have a blended team of engineers who participated in the development of the spacecraft and now its execution.
Well, tell me a little bit about how the MER works with this front room, because I hear calls, you know, on these back loops about checking with the MER on something. So how does what the team does there inform what the team is doing here?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. You know, in the Artemis program, we are really a combination of many teams. And so the operations team, the flight control team here, and then the Orion MER are different teams, and they play a unique and separate role. So the operations team, just to start there, is responsible to execute the mission. And so they fly the spacecraft, they send commands, they work with the astronauts and plan their day and plan the activities on the spacecraft. For the MER team, we're really focused on truly the engineering depth of knowledge. And so we are following the vehicle systems, monitoring the performance of components, of integrated systems together, the whole spacecraft itself, really to understand how the vehicle is performing, understand it against what we were expecting pre-flight, and then to help when there are anomalous conditions. So sometimes there are things that have gone wrong, as others may have noted here for this mission, it's the MER's role to help the ops team through that. So the operators here in the control center will respond to an issue. It'll be the MER's role to find resolution of that issue over time. So they're unique roles, and we talk and compatible, and so we talk with one another through the mission. So our flight controllers here and the MER consoles talk regularly, every day, all through the shifts, about what's going on in the spacecraft components. And then our team upstairs is led by MER managers, so they're responsible for one shift to the next in the MER. This MER supports round the clock, and just as the flight director does in this room. And so our MER managers and the flight directors coordinate as required.
Well, let's talk about preparation a little bit. So I know that we participate in sims here in the flight control team. How does the MER prepare for a mission like this?
Right, very similarly. So the MER team, we're different than flight controllers. And so where the flight controllers, this is their bread and butter, operations is what they do primarily. The engineers in the MER are also very good because they draw upon their day job of designing and understanding, really qualifying the system, testing, evaluating, improving. And so for the MER team, our training really begins with what we do outside of the mission pre-flight ahead of time, and in understanding this vehicle, defining what the vehicle will need to do during the missions. And so when it came to really put I think your question is really about how do we actually specifically prepare for this mission. We began in January of last year, and we formed the team and identified who would be on the team. And then participated in dozens of simulations with the launch team out at KSC, and then also here at mini sims with the flight ops team. And so exercising team communication within our own MER team, and also communicating with the flight controllers, communicating with the launch control team. A lot of the simulations we do stress scenarios, which are useful for learning about the systems, but also learning how do we communicate, how do we resolve in a timely manner, how do we understand the condition of the vehicle and make sure that it is ready to continue to fly and successfully return the crew home.
Fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit about yesterday. So we had Lunar Flyby Day.
Yes.
What was the energy like in the mission evaluation room?
It was a fun day. So, and a day, I think, full of emotions. I think for many who witnessed yesterday, probably around the world, we all shared similar emotions and feelings about the gravity and the momentous occasion that was. when Jeremy was calling down and spoke about those craters, and naming those two specific craters, I don't think there was a dry eye in the room. I mean, silence. So most of the team upstairs, like here, are wearing headsets, but we had a lot of extra visitors. So we had speakers on, but you can just hear very clearly Jeremy coming through the speakers we had up there. Very impactful. And then as we approached Paralone, the altitude of closest approach to the lunar surface, lots of excitement. Immense joy as we led up to the Earth set before we went into that eclipse period and loss of signal period. Before launch, the crew members came out and visited the MER and talked with us and gave us patches, those double-sided patches that they decided, where one side is a picture of the Earth with the moon in the distance, and then the other side is different with the moon in close up and then the Earth in the distance. So we did what they had asked us to do. And so at the moment of Paralune, we all had a little ceremony of or activity of flipping the patches. And so immense joy, excitement. It was pretty fun. And then as we knew we would get signal back as Orion continued to fly on the other side of the moon, and we knew we would get comm back with the Earth, intense focus. Really wanted to make sure, what is that vehicle looking like once we got comm back with him.
It sounds like we were going through some similar things in both of these rooms.
I'm sure.
When the craters were named, it was a moment of silence in here as well. It was very, very touching. And we also have those double-sided patches, and we got to show those yesterday on the broadcast, and we had our own moment of getting to turn those around. So it was a very fun day here as well, and I'm glad to hear that you had that in the MER too.
Yeah.
So now that we're through Lunar Flyby, we're officially on the journey home.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the rest of this mission and coming down and coming to splashdown?
Yeah, this mission is not over until we get the crew back. So the MER team has extreme focus right now. There are a lot of things that the crew members are doing themselves in the cabin to prepare for this journey home, and we are also watching the spacecraft. And it's really mindful that we are.
Houston for smoke detector.
I'm looking at it right now, and it looks good. Stan, what's up?
It is showing us a bunch of noise and spikes. We're wondering if something is bumping against it.
We were just setting up for a photo in the cabin, but I do not think we have hit it, so that would be abnormal. Christina's checking it. There is one charging cable near it that she's re-anchoring now, but nothing is really in the way of that thing.
All right, copy, Reid. Actually, that's a helpful report. We might have been getting some interference with that cable. We'll keep an eye on it.
We just heard a call from the crew aboard Orion, from the Capcom Stan Love here to the crew aboard Orion about potential signal from the smoke detector, and it may have been interference due to a nearby cable, and the team's going to keep their eye on it, but no alarms here. Trey, we were talking about the journey home now that...
And integrity, we are no longer seeing that noise on the smoke detector, so we're suspecting interference from that cable.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Just what we were hoping to hear. We were talking about the MER, and now we're on our way home, and the mission is really not over. It's definitely not over until we have the crew back safely. So what's the focus like right there now?
Right. We have a couple of trajectory correction burns coming home, and so the MER team is looking at systems that would be involved in that and the performance of those burns to really make sure we're hitting the right entry interface conditions. I mean, that's really where, for this spacecraft, the rubber meets the road in terms of recovery and returning home. We need to hit that target. So that the rest of the spacecraft can go through the Earth's atmosphere, open parachutes, and finally successfully splash down. So the MER team is looking at that. We're worked through a handful of different different anomalous conditions on the spacecraft. I think the crew is doing very hard in the space, working through different things in the spacecraft and their own day, their own schedule. And so we're watching that, but really all eyes towards entry interface.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing them under good main parachutes and splashing down.
Absolutely.
And one last thing, I'm very honored to get to tell this story, but I want to make sure people know that this story goes so far beyond just this room and the crew. And do you have anybody that you want to give a shout out to? Yeah, so the MER team upstairs in this building, it has we have dozens of people every shift, round the clock. But we have other locations. So we have people, I'd like to say hello to the people outside of this building that support the team that I'm responsible for. So we have dozens of people in Denver at a facility Lockheed Martin has. We have dozens of people outside of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where the European Space Agency has a similar remote site. So for the people who are there, I'd like to say thank you, because we're drawing upon all of the expertise. And that Artemis expertise is really all over. And I have a lot of different individuals that come to my mind, too many to mention here right now for a specific shout outs. But to be honest, there are moments in this mission that I will look back and realize the successes we had were really because of the many people and the necessity for us to work together and solve those problems together, which is, I think, largely what Artemis is about. It's really about going to the moon, but it's also about doing so together. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. So the work of thousands of people, and now Artemis II going for all humanity. That's right. Thank you so much for joining us, Trey, telling us a little bit more about the MER. And I know you have to get back there, so I appreciate your time here today. Well, thanks, Leah.
Integrity Houston, 2 items. Number 1 for 12.2.2509, orbit burn execution plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Stan.
And unfortunately, we have seen the spikes return in the signal from the smoke detector. Can you check that the cable is still not near it, and also tell us what cable it was? If that was EMI off of that cable, we definitely need to document this.
Stan, thanks for keeping an eye on that. Nothing is near the smoke detector right now. The only cable that was an unconnected HDMI cable that goes from cameras, to the encoder. We are near it right now, like a couple heads are near it, but other than that, we are not seeing anything that would cause spikes of any kind.
All right, copy. Thanks for that information. We're still scratching our heads down here.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and you are looking at a live view of Earth. That's coming from a camera on one of Orion's solar array wings, pointed toward its destination. After lunar flyby yesterday, we have officially begun our journey home, splashdown targeted in 3 days, 1 hour, and 8 minutes. We are now 6 days and 9 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We heard some calls earlier about potential noise or pings on the smoke detector. There are no alarms going off, obviously, on the smoke detector, and the crew sees nothing out of the norm aboard the spacecraft, so teams on the ground are trying to figure out where that interference might be coming from. It's a little more of a quiet day for the crew after their extremely busy day yesterday during lunar flyby. They had the opportunity to speak live with the crew living and working on the International Space Station right now, and shortly thereafter conducted the post-lunar flyby conference with our science officer here on console, Kelsey Young. The crew called down some of their observations yesterday and answered the science team's questions while that was still fresh on their minds. The crew members have also gotten a chance to talk with their families today and have been slated to do some exercise. And they're targeted to execute the RTC-1 burn, that's Return Trajectory Correction 1, at about 7:03 p.m. Central Time. That's a small burn that will help fine-tune Orion's path on its way back home to Earth. Currently, the crew are enjoying their midday meals. On the menu today are some soups. We've got split pea soup, potato soup, turkey tetrazzini, beef patty, tortillas, spicy green beans, vegetarian chili, grilled chicken, tomatoes and eggplant, apples and spice, macaroni and cheese, and some mango salad, as was mentioned in that ISS ship-to-ship call earlier, and some more coffee. Speaking of coffee, there are 43 cups of coffee on the spacecraft to help power the Artemis II crew. I mentioned tortillas as well. There are 58 tortillas on the spacecraft. Tortillas are often used in place of bread when we're talking about Orion or the International Space Station.
Go ahead for photo TV.
Hey Stan, on PCD2, we threw about 10 images in there in imagery for downlink for Photo TV subfolder. If Photo TV could take a look and hopefully give us a thumbs up, and if not, give us feedback, that would be appreciated.
We will get those down and take a look and get back to you.
That call from Commander Reid Wiseman down to Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston about some photos that they are sending down. We continue to get photos from the crew aboard Orion, and you can see all the latest ones on NASA social media. That is at NASA or at NASA Artemis, and you can also find those at images.nasa.gov. talking a little bit more about the food on the spacecraft, and tortillas typically being preferred as the essentially bread of choice. Bread has a lot of crumbs, and when in space, those can float pretty much anywhere and get into the ECLIS, the Environmental Control and Life Support Systems. And you do not want anything clogging up your fans for those life support systems, so tortillas are often the preferred, essentially, bread of choice. Again, this is a live view from the Orion spacecraft, and you can track Orion at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. That's our ARROW website, which stands for Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. It's a very useful tool telling you exactly how far Orion is away from Earth and the Moon. Currently, the spacecraft is 226,586 miles away from our blue planet, there on your screen. Again, this is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. You will see the Earth on your screen, and it will continue to grow bigger and bigger as we get closer to our return, now 3 days and 58 minutes away. Our splashdown was determined by the translunar injection burn that happened all the way back on flight day 2. We don't have a separate deorbit burn. That translunar injection burn set us up for a free return trajectory, harnessing the moon's gravity and Earth's gravitational pull to bring us back for that splashdown. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Next major milestone on the crew's timeline will be the RTC-3 burn. We are now just 1 hour away from ignition of that burn. This is a 1.4 foot per second burn. Again, that's relatively small, and so this is a trajectory correction burn, as is in the name. These are just small refinements for our trajectory that was set during the translunar injection burn back on flight day 2. Checking in from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are now a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 36 minutes since the launch of Artemis II. Our crew members, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, are living and working aboard the spacecraft as the first crew to fly aboard Orion. They're testing all spacecraft systems and conducting other demos to help prepare for future missions to the moon.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to start field maneuvers, and we have a couple of other words for you.
Copy, Starfield, stand. Go ahead, your words.
All right, late call SM prop helium ISO valves are configured. The aux branch 1 will remain closed. There is no change to the burn plan or to the pad. However, right after the burn, we're going to change the active burn plan to the plan in slot 4, which is nominal PLS RTC last.
Okay, makes sense. We're expecting that, Stan. Sounds great.
Welcome back. We are still here. They are in space.
And Stan, while we have you, there's a new photo in PAO for downlink and PCD2.
Copy, we'll go look for the photo on PCD2.
Those communications coming from Commander Reid Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft about some photos that we hope to be able to show you soon. The crew has been great about providing us with beautiful imagery. You can find those images at images.nasa.gov. And we are standing by for the return trajectory correction 1 burn, now just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small maneuver for the spacecraft, firing of those reaction control system thrusters.
Houston Integrity, are we okay for secondary purge line?
Checking. And Integrity, we are go for secondary line.
Great, thank you.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. As you can see, some of the light changing outside of the spacecraft. The These cameras are exactly what we used to observe lunar flyby yesterday, and of course we got some beautiful images down from the crew inside the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Starfield, maneuvers complete.
We copy, Stan. Thank you.
Live here in Mission Control Houston, where teams are continuing to monitor the flight of Orion, coming up on the return trajectory correction burn 1. This is, again, a very short burn. It'll be 1.4 feet per second. And that's coming up in about 31 minutes. Before then, the team here on the ground will have a final burn conference with the crew. If you've been watching throughout the day, you can tell this is a little more of a quiet day for the crew. We are preparing for this burn now coming up in 30 minutes, but the crew had an extremely busy day yesterday and therefore got some time off, especially scheduled for after this burn. The crew woke up at about 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period before moving into their daily planning conference, talking with teams on the ground.
In integrity, we see good targeting, go to burn the onboard. Also, MCC has pulled go for RTC-1. And a reminder, there's a 1-hour forward link LOS right about the time of the burn, so we can watch but not call or command during that period. And correction, we're still assess and go for the burn.
Okay, that sounds good, Stan. Then we'll plan on just closing out 12.2.2509 as per the burn plan, and we'll talk to you on the other side of that burn then, or after that loss of return, or loss of forward.
Roger. Stand by for final go. And integrity, MCC is go for the burn.
Okay, we copy, you're still go, and we're go up here.
Recapping a little bit of those communications between Capcom's Stan Love and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Ground team confirmed that we are go for the RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1, coming up in 27 minutes. That will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. Again, a very small fine-tuning of the spacecraft's trajectory ahead of splashdown, now 3 days and 17 minutes from now. You also heard Stan Love call about a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal, and that means that the teams here on the ground won't be able to send signals or communications to Orion or the crew. However, we will still be getting communications and data from the spacecraft. We occasionally have these loss of signal periods. Yesterday we had our biggest milestone, loss of signal, which was to fly the Orion spacecraft behind the moon when they were unreachable from Earth for 40 minutes. But again, recapping the crew's day, they had their daily planning conference with the team, getting a read on any of the spacecraft systems and asking any questions before they started their workday. First thing on their schedule today was the ship-to-ship call with the International Space Station. It was wonderful to hear both voices of the space station crew and the crew aboard Orion talking to each other. We look forward to being able to share that audio paired with the video from both crew members at a later date. After that ship-to-ship call, the crew got to talk with the science team here on the ground during the post-lunar flyby conference. This was scheduled specifically for this morning while the flyby was fresh in their memories to get to talk with the science team and answer any outstanding questions that team had following yesterday's flyby. We've continued to release imagery from that flyby period, and they are absolutely remarkable. You can find those on NASA's social media or at images.nasa.gov. Since that post-lunar flyby, it's been a little bit more relaxed for the crew. Christina had some opportunistic science imaging when she was able to take pictures of the Earth and the Moon from the spacecraft's current point. All of the astronauts have also had scheduled time for a private family conference today. That's a PFC. The crew has also, some of the crew members have also completed their exercise for the day and their midday meal. After this RTC-1 burn, again, 7:03 p.m. Central Time, we will have.
And activity looking ahead to the forward link LOS. The ARS is configured for exercise, so Christina can begin during the LOS.
Okay, we understand that, and she will follow the procedure and safe massage before she starts.
Thank you. Great words.
Before that crew call, just remarking that the astronauts that have not exercised yet today will do that later this afternoon. And not much else on the timeline for the crew today. Again, getting some well-deserved rest following their very busy lunar flyby day. Looking ahead to the crew's timeline tomorrow, flight day 8, some of the timeline does shift around as this is the first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and we are learning exactly what we need to test while on board. We have another opportunity to work with the OX suits, the Orion Crew Survival System suits. We had the crew suit up in those just a couple of days ago, and obviously this is a major part of the mission because the crew launches in these suits as well as splashes down in them, so figuring out how to put them on and take them off in space, especially in the event of any sort of a cabin depressurization in which these suits would become essentially a private spacecraft, allowing the crew to have a breathing environment for 6 days. It's very important to us to best understand how these suits work in that environment. The crew will also have their scheduled exercise tomorrow, and we are tracking a potential manual piloting demonstration. We saw this just a couple of days ago when a couple of the crew members were able to manually control the spacecraft, continuing to teach us about how Orion flies in space.
The integrity tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Recent calls from the ground to the crew letting them know that we've had good systems checks aboard the spacecraft. Of course, we remain go for that upcoming RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1. These are such small burns that sometimes they are canceled. We did see that on the way out. These were called outbound trajectory correction burns before we got to the moon, and we canceled the first 2 of those. They were just deemed unnecessary due to the current trajectory aboard Orion. We also see that sometimes when our crew members are flying to the International Space Station, the trajectory will be precise enough that they can forego some of those burns. However, we did opt into the last outbound trajectory correction burn, and we're opting into this return burn as well.
The integrity saws in position for the burn, all brakes set.
Okay, we show the same spin.
Capcom Stan Love calling to the crew that all of these solar array wings, or SODs, are in the proper configuration for this return trajectory correction burn. Before we conduct a burn, or even when we conduct exercise, we place these SODs, or solar array wings, in a locked position so that no loads imparted on them by the thrusters can damage them. So we are targeting that burn in 16 minutes, but ahead of that, this Artemis II mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, but teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little more about the science of the mission.
Artemis II is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science writing along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that is going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon and returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history, be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
Understood, Stan.
Live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, we are 11 minutes away from the RTC-1, Return Trajectory Correction 1 burn. We did hear some cautions from the crew systems about a propulsion system issue. The team is discussing whether or not this is an optocoupler issue or something in the prop system.
30 seconds to maneuver.
Okay, integrity copies.
Currently, the Orion spacecraft is maneuvering to its burn attitude. This view on your screen is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its current position. You can see those attitude maneuvers. Team here reporting that we are in attitude for the burn, now 8 minutes away.
Integrity in attitude for the burn. We may be about 7 degrees different from what was calculated ahead of time, but that's within our tolerance.
Okay, copy. And Houston integrity. We just want to report what we're seeing here to make sure you're seeing the same thing. So, ox-helium isolation valve 1 was closed and inhibited prior to the caution and warning. And then it seemed that when ox-helium isolation 2 closed and fuel helium isolation valve 1 closed and were inhibited, that is when the caution and warning started.
All correct. Thank you. And integrity, we had a branch swap. We thought we had inhibited the fitter. Evidently not. We're still evaluating.
Integrity copies.
We are now 5 minutes, 28 seconds from the returning trajectory correction 1 burn.
In Terry Houston for prop, after the burn, we'd like the valve reconfig per the procedure, and recall that's been edited so that you won't touch the branch 1 aux. We will have 2 PRUs to recover later. We'll do that after the forward link LOS.
Okay, understood. So we will execute the procedure as written with the delta about the aux helium isolation valve 1.
Good words, and the procedure guides you that way.
Thank you, Stan.
Now less than 4 minutes until the return trajectory correction 1 burn. The crew did receive some warnings, or cautions I should say, about something in the prop system, specifically the PRUs. These are the pressure regulator units, and those will need to be reset later today. We are going to go into a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal where we can't send communications or commands to the crew. However, we will still get data and communications from the spacecraft. That forward link LOS will start shortly after the burn, now about 3 minutes away. And the team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for that burn. Now 2 minutes away from the return trajectory correction burn. Again, this is a small burn using the reaction control system thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. One minute away from the return trajectory correction burn. Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition and 4 good engines and good control.
Integrity preliminary look is a good burn. Still assessing. 40 seconds to LOS.
Okay, Stan, we saw a good burn on board as well.
Roger.
Confirmation from the crew that they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn, coming at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This view coming from the spacecraft, looking down at the European service module and the solar arrays. Again, we just conducted the RTC-1 burn. That's return trajectory correction 1. Came right on time at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, and then we entered a forward link LOS, or loss of signal. That means that we cannot send communications to the spacecraft right now, but we can still get data from them. Again, a very quiet day for the rest of the day for this crew. They will have some opportunity to exercise. There will be another private family conference. And that's about it before the crew steps into their private medical conference, or PMC, before they get to sleep tonight. We schedule these private medical conferences occasionally throughout a flight so we can have them check in with the teams here on the ground and report how they are feeling while in space.
Use and integrity, RHC stow is complete, and we're proceeding through the prop valve reconfiguration with your comments in mind.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we are in a temporary loss of signal forward link with the spacecraft, meaning we can't send communications or commands to them, but we still get their data. As you can see, we are now over 53,680 miles away from the moon. We're here as part of the Orbit 1 shift, and that's about 10,000 miles farther than we were upon arrival earlier today. This is Artemis Mission Control. We did get final confirmation of that return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn, and it ended up being 1.6 feet per second delta V. We are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is, Christina Koch specifically, is going to get into some exercise. Again, this is a quiet day for the crew as they had a very busy day yesterday and have some busy days coming up as well.